Good morning, everybody. We're back with another episode of another live stream from SDtv. Good morning, Aaron.
Good morning.
We'll let you
How is
take it away.
everybody? All right. Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Who we got? Rick, Mr. Will, Laura, Miss Paz, Miss Tamika. Always a pleasure. Lyle, good morning. Hope everybody had a good night. We'll get started here in just a second. What's going on? Crazy weather. Woke up yesterday to like 3 inches of snow. By the afternoon, it was gone. I don't know what the heck's going on. Dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. All right, we got big stuff going on in the markets here, guys. Obviously. So we'll give everybody a second. Here comes everybody. So what's going on, people? What's a good word? Morning, Miss Amanda. How are you? Trip, good morning. If you guys are on Instagram, make sure you go and check out Miss Amanda. She is documenting her little trading journey and doing an amazing job, which is very, very cool. So make sure to go and give her a follow. She puts up some really good stuff. It used to be, what was it? Man, it used to be Fierce but Friendly. Now you've got Amanda Trades It, something like that. But she's doing a really cool job. Gives a shout out to a lot of us. All right. Okay, everybody. All right. Well, let's get started. Okay. Amanda Trades It. That's what it is. Amanda Trades It. Yeah, check that out, guys. She's doing a really cool, like, you can kind of follow along with her days. It's pretty neat. Pretty inspiring stuff, too. So definitely check that out. Edward, nice. Nice little way to start the morning. Very good. All right. You got to support the ladies, Miss Tomika. You were by yourself for so long. Won't feel bad for you. You and Mary Rose were by yourself for so long. Now you finally got some more ladies. Got to support the ladies. All right. Okay. So starting off on news here today. Now there's nothing obviously on the, not obviously, but there's nothing on the tape for today for news, but obviously there's plenty of, geopolitical stuff in the world going on to keep us busy. All right. Now, the big news here as to what's going on, if you go out and if you look at our Fed Fund futures, look at what has happened here. Our first rate cut now has been pushed out to September. Okay. We were at June, then we were at July, and now that first rate cut's pushed out to September. Now, all this could change, obviously, but this is a big deal because this is, the market's perception, right, of, you can see the closer the rate cuts get, the more bullish we get, et cetera, et cetera. But this is a really big deal, all right? It's only a 43% for a rate cut in September. Now, remember, Powell's done in May, right, and then Warsh comes in. So it'll be interesting to see between that April or at that June meeting, what, if that's going to change. Now, obviously with everything going on, a lot can change, but this is a really big deal right here. Okay. So I'll keep an eye on that as we get more and more reports and as more and more stuff in the world happens. But nothing directly on the tape today. All right. But yeah, that's really something right there. All right, really something right there. And we do have, I mean, our next week is the pre FOMC week. All right. Our next meeting's on the 18th. Right. Anything other than a pause would be mass hysteria. But just interesting right there, huh? Isn't that something? All right. So moving on. All right, moving on. Yes, Edward, all the ladies, or Mary Rose and Tamika have lived through like 4 years of us now. So I think they all deserve the Presidential Medal of Freedom for sitting through that. All right, so let's get to it. We got a lot to cover here. Make sure I got the right button. There we go. All right. Okay, so starting off on our friendly neighborhood VIX here. All right. It's been so kind to us lately. All right, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. This is a leading indicator for the US indices. Okay. It runs inverse. VIX up, indices down, VIX down, indices up. We broke a short, a major short, a daily short. Okay. From October 17th of last year to our lows, those 2790s to 1580s that we've had forever, they broke. 28 round up to 30, add a tick, 35. We traded all the way up into the 50s. This broke. All right, no doubt about it. So we can get rid of it. All right, and here's where we are. All right, here's the trend that we're in. So and I'm trying to be kind to TradingView peeps, just giving you the numbers, right? Because you might not have prints right where I do. And that's just because TradingView still rolls this over early. So if you want to try to help out the cause, get a hold of TradingView, get a hold of their support, and just say stop rolling the VX contracts early. And maybe we can get them to stop that. All right, but from 1580 to 2215. All right, that's our pullback. All right, now that has a target up at these 2365s. Well, what the hell did we bounce off of yesterday? I actually had to go back and take a look at this because when you zoom in, what it appeared to do was break. Okay, we broke our next long, which we did. However, anytime there's a bounce like that, it's our job to find where it's coming from, right? Well, this is the larger long we're in, right? And we've got these 2365 targets. So we're going to need the smaller moves to get us there, right? The smaller worker bee moves to get us there. Here was the first one, right? Right here. These broke. Okay, those broke. Now, after those broke, we made a new high. All right, up here, made a new high. So this worker bee move, just we reactivate that anchor after we make a new high. See right here, it broke. But then we made this new high. All right. And there you go. Okay. So right there. All right, 45, we traded 45. All right, so that gives us these targets up here. Now, this gives us something to work off of. Did everybody follow that? I know that's kind of confusing. Right, I know that's kind of confusing. But anytime we have a draw and that draw breaks, right, but then we make a new high after that, okay, you could almost even look at this like we had this pullback, never hit the target, just leave it there, even though it broke down here, and then we hit the target, right? That's our draw. So I know that can be a little confusing, but anytime we're in a draw and it breaks, but then makes a new high or a new low, you can reactivate that anchor point. Okay, so bam, broke, but there we go, new high. All right, so that's what we're working off of going into the week. So yeah, I know, Nate. That's what I thought. I kind of got a little excited yesterday when this lows to highs right here broke, but then we bounced. I'm like, well, crap. Where'd that come from? And there we go. So we've got something to work off of now. All we're going to use here are these Mondays, right? Lows to highs. And we'll see this on the indices too. So pretty easy right there. All right, so these 2165s, we don't need to round up because we're at a whole number. Just subtract a tick, 2160. So if we break the 2160s, we can fall all the way back down here to support. All right, but if we do defend, we got plenty of targets above us. Okay, the VIX is absolutely in an uptrend. All right, we are in absolute explosion mode. Right, we are in absolute explosion mode like this. Okay. All right, so we'll see. Next stop would be, I mean, unless something stops us, unless just a random previous high stops us, right? There's really nothing in the way until we get up into these 2610 area. Okay. Which, knock on wood, and I know I'm going to jinx myself, but it was so far a pretty muted response to everything that's going on in the world. Yes, the VIX is in an uptrend, but again, man, I hope I didn't just jinx us. But it has been a pretty muted response so far. All right. We haven't had this yet. And if we do get this, there's definite ways to make these very, very profitable. Okay. There's definitely ways to make these extremely profitable. But we'll see. All right. Yeah, exactly, Nate. And turnaround Tuesday. Yeah, if you've ever heard that term, turnaround Tuesday. But yeah, Wall Street got their fill. Yep, they got their fill, and we'll see from here, right? We will see from here. So yeah, we'll just let the trend tell us, we'll just let price tell us what we need to know, right? And manage things accordingly, right? So hopefully nobody has the narrative in their head of we should do this or we should do that. Just go with what this is telling you to do. Right now, this is saying we're in longs on the VIX, shorts on the indices, right? If we break these 60s, right, we can have a nice little squeeze on the indices back down into support. Okay, that's not a trend break. Okay, I want to make sure you understand that. These Mondays lows to highs, if that breaks, that's not a trend break. Okay. A trend break we'd have to do a whole lot more. Let's just call it that. Okay. Because I don't want to spend too much time on this, but if normally, right, we broke this highs to lows, right? Normally trade support, break the short, drop the long. So that means we could make this full pullback, right, all the way down here. Okay, now we don't know that's going to happen. We're looking into the future, but eventually it will, right? I don't even know where the hell I had that drawing. Is it right there? You know what? I'm getting rid of that. Too many lines. There we go. But normally we'd trade support, break the short, which we just did, and we'd have that long from lows, that big pullback. Now we're not in normal times, and we'll eventually get that pullback. It's just a matter of when. So we just got to go with what's right in front of us. Okay. Edward. Oh, mercy. All right. Just when I think it's safe. Just when I think it's safe. All right. Just when I think it's safe to look at the chat. All right. So we'll. Sorry. Yep, got me. So we'll just go off what's right in front of us. All right. We'll just go off what's right in front of us. All right. Okay. Yeah, I know, Nate. If we get a big explosion today, just point all your fingers right at me. Yep. Absolutely, because I did. I put it out into the universe, didn't I? All right. So we'll see. But that's our pullback. And we can watch these little shorts off of highs. Now, I wouldn't trade these shorts off of highs with your money, but we can watch these to see if they are going to lead us down into this support level. And remember, this falling down into support, right? That's going to be an indice squeeze. right? That's going to be indice squeeze. Okay, it's not often that the VIX is in a sustained long trend. Um, so we can watch it as it happens, right? It's very technical. It'll get very, very technical, but we just don't see it that often, right? So we got to go with what's right in front of us. All right, so there's our next pullback. There's our next pullback right there. Okay, any questions? Any questions? All right. Nate, if you do use that one, make sure you preface it by Ed said. So then if you get in trouble, it's not on you. Right? Always defer blame. Always defer blame before you even say anything. All right. Any questions, guys? Any questions? I almost want to delete this because I don't want everybody thinking that that's there. I was just watching it. Am I good? Okay. VIXes and longs, no doubt about it, guys. Okay. Moving on. Bank. Now, our financials yesterday, right? This is awesome. We bounced off these brand new daily long setups, right? From October of last year to highs. We bounced off that absolutely. But it's obvious. I mean, we just ran into our next short, right? And we've just been hanging out there. Now, more than likely, unless something really dramatic happens, bank's going to gap down this morning. All right. And it's in a short, right? VIX is in longs, bank is in shorts. Okay. Yes, Nate, please, please do that. Ed said, right. So we'll see where we open up, and then what direction we get moving. Just remember, if bank gaps down or up, now probably not going to gap up today, but if bank gaps down, that doesn't mean bearish. We want to see the direction, right? If it gaps down and heads south, yes, bearish. If it gaps down, but then we have a nice squeeze, which we have a lot, the indices could find a little tailwind. Just remember, this doesn't move tick for tick with the indices, right? Just creates the environment they're in. Okay, it's like headwinds and tailwinds. Okay. All right, so moving on to the ES. Now, zooming way out here. We are still in these longs. Okay. I was just thinking the same thing, Ed, that there should be a channel. Ed said. So these longs, we've been in them for a while, from November 21st, okay, to our highs on January 13th. That's that long. We haven't broken it yet. Okay. Not to say that we won't, but we haven't broken it yet, and we're right back down at support. Okay. So this is how we're looking at this going into the morning. Okay. The gap fills well over 30 points away. But yesterday showed us that that doesn't mean zero, right? But the difference from yesterday to today, right, is we've got this long right here. Okay. So if the VIX does start to fall, we'll probably be in one of those races where if the VIX starts to fall like this, it's going to be a race probably between the half gap or this spot on the VIX. Okay. If we do roll over. So keep that in mind, that remember, this is always going to trump everything. So if we do start to fall, keep an eye on the half gap for sure. But also, as that's happening, keep an eye on this support level. Because if we get here first and bounce, doesn't matter. The indices are going to roll over. Okay. So it'll be a little race to the half gap fill if this goes down. If this just takes off, screw it. Nothing's getting filled today. Okay. All right. So I'm going to draw this up just because I want to see it. Right. All right, so gap fill's way up here, 87.25, 68, 87.25. We're obviously well over 30 points away. But here's that short. The inverse of the VIX is long. Okay, from March 2nd, I really have to do it yesterday, to lows. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of this 50% because it's just getting in the way. That's that daily long setup. All right, so that's up here. So this little counter trend long right there, okay, is this right here. Okay, so if this rolls out of this, or even can't make a new high and rolls over, right, then that is going to lead us up in the direction of this resistance level. Now, where would the half be if we opened right now? See, if we opened right now, the half would be inside of that resistance, right? So we could see a situation where we squeeze into the half and then the half gets slammed and then we roll back over. Now, obviously, price is going to move around between now and the open, but we'll see. Okay, so anything in the up direction, that's the technical term. Anything in the up direction, okay, on the ES today is going to come from this pullback or a double top right here, with it unable to get through and then making this pullback. That's the only way. Don't try to curve fit something into a spot where it doesn't fit. Because if this just keeps going up, don't try to be picking a bottom on the indices. There's no reason to do that. All right, you're better off waiting for a pullback short. All right, so we'll see. I'm going to get rid of this because this could be super sloppy. That long could be super sloppy. All right, so this isn't normal. This is a massive front run. If indeed this is going to be support, that's nasty. That's Miss Jackson if you're nasty. Front run. Because we usually do not see that. That is absolute fear if people are hedging up here at $22 and they're not even letting it get down here. Okay. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. All right. I know that was a lot, but any questions? Any questions on VIX or the ES before I move into everything else? All right, so gap fill, very low probability. Had a very low probability yesterday too, but probability isn't zero. But look at this yesterday. Isn't this something? Look at this. Remember this yesterday morning? Right? Right into the half, right into the full. Look at this. I'm not saying this is going to work exactly, but look at that. Bang, fall, bang, fall. Wouldn't that be cool? That would be cool. And if my aunt, I won't say that. All right. Man, I want to say that, but I'm not going to say that out loud. All right. So let's see. Okay. Everybody good? Everybody kind of see that? This makes me nervous even drawing that up for you guys because that's not, that pullback doesn't matter. This pullback matters. Right? So we'll watch to see if this rolls out of here or we squeeze back to our highs. We can't get through it. And then we roll back over. No, Tamika. It's just an old saying, and I won't say it like the way I normally say it to people, but let's just, when somebody says something that's blatantly obvious, like I just did, you can say, well, if my aunt had different anatomy, she'd be my uncle. So, but yeah, that's, I don't say it that way, but yeah, if my aunt had blank, she'd be my uncle. All right. Oh, mercy. Okay. All right. So everybody good with that? All right. Everybody good with that? All right. All right. NASDAQ. Okay. Now, NASDAQ at that long. Okay. Been in this long forever. Okay. Back down to support. All right. Now we're watching the same thing. We're going to watch these Mondays, highs to lows. There you go. All right. Is there going to be a counter trend? Like there's potentially on the, there could. We just don't know it's here yet. So just same thing. Watch the VIX, right, this morning at that short pullback or at those highs. And if those hold, then yeah, we can make a squeeze, right? Then the NASDAQ could make a squeeze as well. All right. So there we go. Same thing. So we'll just pay attention to the VIX, right? Pay attention to the VIX in that short right now. Okay. Now moving on to the YM. Check this out. This is kind of exciting. All right. The YM. Try that again. There we go. The YM from our highs on January 27th of 25 to our highs, that next extension long on the weekly chart. Guess what? We finally traded it right there. All right, that has targets at 51,000. Okay, now we're going down in a series of short setups. Just now we've run into support. That doesn't mean anything. It's still in a downtrend until we break shorts. All right, so guess what? We're watching Monday's highs to lows. Okay, Monday's highs to lows. That's pretty cool. That could start to get exciting right there. All right. We'll see. All right, watch bank, right? Because YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks movements. Okay. Here's the Russells. Just this thing, just rangy Rangerton, right? There's its pullback, right? This is what we've been waiting on. It hasn't lit this fuse yet and traded that pullback. That's from November 17th to highs down there. All right, but this thing just back down to the bottom of the range. Okay, so we're going to watch the same thing though. All right, Monday's highs to lows. Right there. All right, and there could be, just like the other ones, there could be a counter trend here to lift us off. Kind of that beach ball underwater that we had yesterday. But just watch bank, right? Just watch bank. Easiest way, right? Make it easier on yourselves. With the YM and the Russells, watch bank because they're the most sensitive to its movement. All right, but man, that YM, we might be talking about this 6 months from now as a gift, right? We might be talking about this 6 months from now as a gift. Okay. All right. Okay, any questions, VIX bank indices before we move forward? Anybody? Nope. Okay, moving on. Oh, shit. Or shoot. Oh, dang it. Never mind. You guys got me off track. All right. Nothing. What's nothing, Jamaica? Larger draw. Yep. The long that we bounced off of yesterday. Oh, Tyler's not listening, so we got away with that one. The long we bounced off yesterday, Luke, down here from 18s to 2280. 18s to 2280. Right there. We broke the short. Okay, and we're just watching on all these indices and the VIX. We're watching these Mondays lows to highs or Mondays highs to lows. Okay. So let's see, 10. Let's see if we broke it. Well, we traded 15, so we traded right to the line in the sand. Remember, 23.10, round, don't have to round because we're on a whole number. Just add a tick. So 15. So we traded right to the 15s. Haven't quite broken it yet. I haven't quite broken it yet. But remember, guys, this isn't surprising, right? I mean, there's a war, a big war, huge war going on, right? And if you had $100 million portfolio, you're going to hedge it, you're going to protect it, right? And that's what all this is, right? That's what all this is. So things will settle down. They always do. So that's all this is going on. You're gonna, if you had a portfolio that size and you were handling a whole bunch of people's money, you're going to hedge that. You're going to protect that money, right? You're going to protect those gains. That's what all this is, right? So, oh, you're welcome, Luke. Larger draw on the YM. Yep. It is, that extension long is from January 27th of 25 to our highs. And that's what we've dropped down into. Right? And all we need to see, well, we need to see a lot, but we want to see the YM break shorts. So that's that line. So we need to see the YM break shorts. It's in an absolute just trend here. But that's that long, right? And it might Fred Flintstone down here getting his car going for a while, right? It might mess around. Now, if that breaks, we're having a whole nother conversation, right? Because we could go into 2022 price action if that happens. All right. Ed, you confirmed it's not turnaround Tuesday at the house? Gotcha. Thanks for letting us know. Larger one, 5609. Oh, the bigger one up top? Yeah, 5609, 5611, whatever that is. To, yeah, this one hit its target. God dang, this screen. This one hit its target. Okay, so our next one, we can actually get rid of this. The next one we're in is from 49,872, 48,166, right there. That's got a target down here that we haven't hit yet. Okay. Haven't hit that target yet. So we need this smaller move inside of the bigger one. We need this worker bee move to get us down to these larger targets. Okay. I'm trying to get my screen back, guys. All right. Come on. There we go. Okay. All right. Okay, moving on. We got to get cooking here. All right, Bitcoin. All right, still in that massive extension short, November 21st. Okay, lows to lows, still in that thing. Now, all we're watching here, all right, are these lows to highs. Made this new high right here. So we're sitting right on top of that. All right, we're sitting right on top of that right there. All right, so that's what we're watching. This little guy breaks, we can see if we can start to trend and make our way down to those 55s. Okay, that traded almost a tick here. That's a nice move right there. So that extension's holding. It's just, you know, we're chopping around down here. So we'll see if we can break this. That's kind of alarm worthy right there. If we do break that. Okay. All right, so there we go. Okay, there's Bitcoin, nothing's really changed. Now, crude oil. Okay, one of the big reasons why those rate cuts are getting pushed out is because what's going on in energy. So crude oil just screaming higher, right? Kind of, you know, expected this, and I'm gonna get rid of any shorts above us. until we break longs. Okay, but remember, what time is it? 8:51. All right. Remember where we are. COVID lows, 2020, lows to highs. We never broke that. We were talking about this for years now. Targets are 159 a barrel up there. All right, and we've come screaming out of that low, right? Come screaming out of that low. And if you do watch Landman, the oil companies actually don't want oil way up here. I forget what Billy Bob said, but I think they want it between like 71 and 80 or something. Anyway, I don't know why that came to mind, but here's the series that we're in. Okay, from our lows on the 26th, all right, to our highs on March 1st, that was that. There's our reopen, right? And we dropped right into that long. Okay, haven't quite hit that target yet, but look what's going on, right? Previous highs, prior resistance becomes support. All right, more than likely we're going to squeeze into this profit target. And when we do, if we go through it, we can have a new extension. If we see profit taking coming off of it, right, then we're going to have a pullback. But that's what's holding right now. There is nothing bearish about crude oil right now. So if you've got crude oil, or if you've got a crude oil proxy, Exxon, Marathon, and Chevron, any of those, you're doing all right. Okay? So that's what we're looking at right there. This is how we go into extensions. We talk about this. We'll make this measured move. We won't get to our target, but then we won't break through our previous highs, and we'll push through that target and go into extension longs. Okay? So we'll see. But this is all, I wouldn't bet against crude oil right now. All right? Okay. Now, gold and silver. This is really interesting. So gold, now this isn't interesting because this is normal. It's interesting because it's finally happening. All right. Say the rhyme, we traded our much larger support level, trade support, break the short, right? Draw the long. It just took a while for it to happen here. Okay, so absolutely watching that pullback. Okay, now I have a sinking suspicion that we ain't going to make it. Okay, because everybody and their brother sees this, people that can move the markets. That ain't me and you. All right, so we'll see how far we make it down on this pullback before we already found support once, front running this 38.2. So hopefully we'll get a nice pullback, maybe a dip into lows, something like that, that we can work off of, leading us back higher. All right, let's see if we can get a, yeah, that broke. Oops. So this is what we're looking at right now. This is what we're looking at right now. What would be perfect if the markets would do what we want them to do, which they don't, but if they did, what would be perfect now that we've traded this resistance and we've got this support down here, right, is we hit this profit target, we go through it, we draw an lows to lows, that lows to lows breaks, and then we can buy a pullback. I don't really think we're going to be lucky enough to have that happen, but we'll see. All right, we'll see. But we are making that pullback, and that's going to get jumped all over, more than likely, if we even make it there. All right. So just kind of biding our time, waiting on that. And we might not even make it, right? We might get a dip into this low, or we might just flip and lift off from here. All right, we might just flip and lift off from right there. Who knows? Okay. Gold loves wars, right? That's the saying, or wars love gold, whatever it is. So we'll just let price tell us what's going on here. But there could be a big opportunity. Could be a big opportunity down here. Now, silver, check this out. So silver traded much larger support, right? And then it didn't get through this short setup. It got smacked when it got up to that short setup. Okay, that's from January 29th down to February 2nd. First pullback, never hit our targets. We just leave it there, right? There's the pullback, but look at this. Okay, there's the long from lows. It hasn't broken it, right? So could we squeeze right back into these highs, and could we start a series of long setups? We absolutely could. Now this might be giving us what we wanted. Let's see. There's our pullback. Yes, it might. There we go. You guys see what I'm doing here? I was just talking about on gold. All right. Bro, we're going to watch this pullback right here. Do you guys see what I just did? I just did exactly what I was saying I hope gold would do. Pullback, fall through the target, extension, extension break by the pullback. So we'll see coming out of these lows. All right, we'll see coming out of these lows right here. All right. Hopefully you guys saw what I was with that. That was exactly what I was trying to do on gold. So we'll watch this for sure. Yeah, walked it down. It's just that's how a downtrend ends up breaking at support, like probably 65 to 70% of the time. Right. We go into traditionals, the traditionals bust through their targets. We go to extensions, we go to extensions of extensions. Sometimes those break at support, and then we can buy pullbacks. So we'll see. We'll see these little pullbacks. That could be something. That could be something. I'd give that a shot if it gets down here. All right. And we get like a 1 hour bar to close green or something right there. All right. Okay. All right. So there's gold and silver. Now moving on to the dollar. Dollar is just screaming. All right. Dollar is just screaming higher. All right. Now this dollar strength. All right. The indices are starting to tilt toward that negative correlation, right? Dollar up, indices down. Same with the precious metals. It's putting a headwind against the precious metals. Now, there is a pullback, okay, that we could make. All right, there's an extension long. I have to walk this. So we had this pullback right here, went through our target. There's our highs to highs, okay? Now we've gone through that target. Now we don't know yet that there's a new extension here, so I'm not going to draw it up. But, you know, again, this is just DXY. This is just an index. This isn't the dollar, okay? It's an index with a bunch of currencies inside of it. All right. But that's from 97, 98, all right, to highs. So we could have this pullback, right? That would be, this is a 4 hour chart. That would be dollar weakness as we made this pullback. All right. So that's a possibility. And that pullback could put a tailwind behind the precious metals and the indices. All right. But we'll see. It could just keep going straight up. In this environment that we're in with world events, you know, we don't have to be super technical on the dollar. It could just go straight up. All right. So when we get to the actual currencies, okay, here's the dollar yen going straight up. Okay. It never even made its pullback. All right. It never even made its pullback. So could there be something else here going on? Absolutely, there could be. Right. It's broke. Yeah, it's getting a little sloppy up here. Yeah, a little sloppy up here, but that's the best we got for now. Like I said, in this environment, we can just go straight up, right? We don't have to make pullbacks. So this rising, more dollar strength. If we do make this pullback, right, that's that potential dollar weakness trade we could have. But right now, just straight up. Okay. Looking at the euro, look at this move on the euro. Look at that move on the euro. Isn't that something? Now, it did, and we got to pay attention to this, right? It has now traded its next daily long, or real close to it, its next daily long setup from January 31st of 2023 to our highs, right? It's fallen right back into that. All right, that's that line you see right there. So here's the series that we're in from our highs on January 27th of this year to lows. Pull back, pull back, pull back. There's the target, right? Went through the target, lows to lows right there, lows to lows. There's that pullback. So see, we've got room, right, on everything. We've got room for a little bit of dollar weakness, okay, as we make these pullbacks. So we'll see. I mean, again, it could go straight down. It could absolutely go straight down. But this rising can be dollar weakness, falling dollar strength, okay? So we'll have to watch this closely going into the morning. We don't want to get caught by a beach ball underwater again, which was this situation with yesterday, right? We had that beach ball underwater. We break these now? Not quite. We'll leave it up there. Like I said, this is all well and good, but remember, we could just find resistance and roll over. So we'll have to see here. All right, going into the morning. Could be wild, guys. Right? Could be absolutely wild. Okay, we kind of had the panic sell off overnight. But that is an insane front run on the VIX. That's not normal. That's not normal at all. All right, so we'll see. We'll see going into the morning. Just keep an eye out. One of two things. One is an explosion, and you won't miss it. If it happens, you will not miss it. It will go up and up and up, and it'll move your screen. Number two is if we do break this little short, keep an eye on these highs. If we have a dip into these highs and can't get through them, right? Or something along those lines, a little double top up here. Be a little double bottom on the indices. All right, so that's kind of what we're watching going into this morning. All right, over the overnight pullbacks on the precious metals, yeah. You got to watch that unless it's a good distance away. If you can, it's always a good idea to hedge overnight because that's normally what will happen. If we've gone up all day, usually we'll see the pullback overnight. If we've gone down overnight, usually we'll see or gone down all day, usually we'll have that little pullback overnight. And that's why if it's not far away, like a good distance from my entry, I'm just assuming that Europe is going to come back and pull it back. I just assume that because it's happened to me more times than I can count. Right? So I'll either hedge it or, maybe even take profit and wait for another pullback. Right? Yeah. Just count on it. Right? Just if it doesn't happen, great, but just count on it. Like especially on gold, silver, the dollar. If we have a big push during the day, it'll probably pull back. Europe will pull back overnight. Right? Yeah, just don't assume it's going to keep going your direction because usually it doesn't. All right. Okay. Any questions, guys? Any questions? Everybody good? All right. Okay, we're in the clear for news, guys. At least nothing on the econ news sheet. All right, everybody good? You're welcome, Tamika. Full show. All right. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks, Mr. Pass. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody. See y'all.
All right, guys. And we have Zach coming up to trade with us. I know Zach had a great February. I think he had his best month ever, and definitely in terms of trading futures and prop firm payouts. So it's always a good time when Zach's on. We're just gonna step away really quickly here and get him set up in the background, and then we'll be back here before market open to get you guys prepped with a game plan and get things going. So don't go anywhere. We'll talk to you guys very soon. We'll be right back. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with the man, the myth, the legend in his new spot here. Uh Zach Austin trades with the big February month. Congrats, brother. How are you?
Thank you, thank you. Doing well. Tired, but we're doing well.
Yeah, so did you doing all the moving yourself or did you hire some movers or what?
So we did hire movers, but when we hired them,
Oh boy.
two things. One, they said we got the wrong boxes. So they said every box that they moved would be an extra $10. And then we're like, okay, well, we're not going to put everything in boxes then because it would be like hundreds of extra dollars. So then we started putting stuff in garbage bags. And then they're like, oh, well, we can't take anything that's in a garbage bag. It has to be in a box. So
What?
then we just threw like 20 garbage bags worth of clothes and everything into a car and just drove it over. So
Jeez.
it should have been zero effort on the move besides the pack, but it ended up
Oh
being a lot of
no.
effort.
How is there like a specific box you have to use? That's wild.
We literally got them from like Lowe's or Home Depot, and it was just like moving boxes. We're like, okay, great. So
That's wild. Well, I know you have. We're working on the morning game plan here, so
yeah,
we'll let you dive into it.
yeah. So I don't really have a whole lot that I'm watching here. Obviously, the markets are getting a monstrous gap down here. Um, I knew that when we get these headlines, we're going to get volatility. Did I think that we would be completely gapping under yesterday's low by a good margin? Not necessarily. Did I think maybe we get a spike up in failure or maybe a small spike down inside bar and then maybe a sweep or something like that? Sure. Definitely wasn't envisioning, the 500 plus point gap down or whatever we had. Um, so it's immediate defense mode now today, right? We're opening up in kind of this awkward area here where, yesterday we kind of opened somewhat in no man's land, rallied the whole thing back. Do we do that again? I'd say probably not likely, but who knows, right? Um, we are now approaching kind of this low of the range. We've been in this range for months, and so maybe this is what breaks us lower. So I do have a couple swings open, which, again, like I said, I'm going to play defense mode on, and that's going to be the number one priority for today. The NASDAQ, like I said, is we're down right now almost $13, right? That's a pretty crazy drop.
Yeah, especially that move yesterday. Yeah.
And again, did I think we were just going to like V reverse bottom, gap up 500 point? No. I still thought after yesterday we get some volatility after that outside bar. However, again, didn't necessarily think this, right? So again, we're gonna wait and see. I do have a couple swings open. I have a couple things I'm gonna talk about, but again, unfortunately, it seems like every time I hop on here, it's like a weird, awkward day, and
Yeah.
I don't really know what else to say, but it is what it is. So the two stocks that I'm watching today, both are post earnings names. Last week was actually a killer week for the post earnings trades. I think every trade pretty much was a winner. So I'm watching Dave here. This name has been going sideways for like 6 months in this like
What a
mega
kicker.
range here. Yeah, exactly. So the daily just flipped up here. The weekly's still in a downtrend, but doesn't matter too much here, in my opinion. And the monthly's in an uptrend. So we have a daily, monthly uptrend, weekly's in a downtrend. Really just this giant month. Honestly, it's actually been going sideways for longer than that. I thought it was like 6 months. It's really been going closer to like a year, truthfully here. Really nice monthly flag. So for me, I'm using the 217 level as a gauge. It actually was gapping a little bit higher as I was writing the plan, like a 217, 218. But either way, I think the best entry can come off of like 203 to 205, potentially even a spike down. Oops, hold on 1 second. To this hourly 20 EMA, maybe, and sweep that. So that would be the ideal entry, but above 217 opens the door. Small resistance 224s, and then really it's free back up to 250. So that's going to be the number one watch on the day. Number two is MDB. I don't really know what I'm going to do in here. I'm just watching it. Anytime a ticker gets a really large gap from earnings, you can usually always infer that we're going to have some type of wide range, right? So MDB was at like 330, 325 or so, and now it's at 240, right? So I'm thinking if we can get a little bit more selling here down to these levels, we could potentially look for a long. When I wrote the plan also, we were closer to like 235. So now that we're running a bit, it is possible we can get a a spike up back under the opening print for a short here down to these levels. Initially, I was just looking for the climactic long, but if we open up closer to like 243 to 245-ish, the spike up back under the opening print, the spike up could be the entry directly, but I prefer it back under the opening print, 230, 219, et cetera, targets. And that's really it as far as the new tickers. I have 3 swings on right now, which AA is the first one. Yesterday, basically, it was break even at the close. It's now right under yesterday low. My stop loss is under the daily 20. So I'm going to say for me, if we get an hourly flip to the downside under 61, I'm just going to cut it there. TMDX took some profits yesterday, but it's getting a small gap down. And then I have some Ondas March 20 calls, which actually is getting a gap up. So that's what I got as far as the current swings. And then as far as the actual market goes, I don't
not
really
to throw you off here.
Yeah.
Somebody just commented on the reel that we posted from your AXIT trade. You're fully out of that one, right? Somebody commented and said, "Is it still too late to get in on that name?"
Yes, I would say probably.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can always look for pullbacks, right? But which I actually had an alert yesterday, and I'm mad because I missed it. You can probably even see my alerts still, maybe. Yeah. So these were more my alerts were set for a dip buy, 38 threes or so, 37 fives. And you see we got to like 39 twos, so missed it by $1. And then it went from 39 and change all the way up to 47 pretty much. But this is the previous all-time high area from 2000. So if we break here, we can see a potential double again. But, at this point, the R to R definitely has shifted.
Yeah.
But if we can build, some consolidation here for maybe another 3 to 5 days, maybe a week plus, get a nice little flag going, break these and then, allow the EMAs to catch up, we could look for a loan there. But, for now, like I said, not a whole lot going on. Even with Dave, I'm not going to be super aggressive with it. I would rather just have less premium. Even if Dave works perfect A++, I just rather have less premium overall at risk right now during these kind of tricky times, even with the post earnings catalyst, because again, anything can happen, and I just don't want a lot of risk on right now.
Okay, cool. I'm replying to that comment, giving them a little breakdown.
All right, we got 3 minutes here.
Is there anything that you are keeping an eye on from a futures perspective?
Not really. I mean, silver, I actually traded a lot of futures in the pre-market, to be honest with you. So,
okay.
Like I woke up at like 5:40 and I just like went to the bathroom, checked my phone quick. I'm like, oh, NASDAQ's down 2.7%. And then I like try to go back to sleep and I'm like, can't do that. Like my brain's wired. So I literally was trading futures from like 5:40 Eastern to like up until like 30 minutes ago, basically.
Yeah.
So I finished actually up trading for my funded futures, funded next, Lucid, Trade Day, Top Step, and I had some trades on Tradeify. So I'm almost quote done with futures already.
Yeah, no, that's awesome.
But if I'm gonna do something, right, it's most likely gonna be in silver and gold. I was saying yesterday, I was willing to take some NQ, never ended up really doing it. But if I'm gonna take NQ today, it's probably going to be a short, but it needs to be a spike first. So it's kind of tricky in my opinion today because, again, can we just reverse this gap? Sure. So I'll be looking short under yesterday low, but I do want to see some type of move up first, some type of spike up back under the opening print. If we do start pushing up, I don't want to short from up there because, again, we could just get a face ripper rally where like yesterday, even off the EMAs, like it didn't really give you too much. Like you could have gotten some quick scalps, but the easier play definitely would have just been, to take the long.
Yeah, I like that play too. My top watch on NQ would be kind of the same thing, a rally from where we're at now up until 24.6, 44.50, which is a little bit above yesterday's low. It's actually yesterday's opening print. that we then could reject from there. VWAP's right around there, yesterday's low. So we can rally to 24,644s and then get back underneath yesterday's low, which is at 24,605. I'm leaning short on the NQ as well, but
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, the EMAs are just so far away. So for me, when they're that far, it can go either way.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, it has a lot of
one
room
thing-
to rally and still.
Exactly. So like that's my thing always is that like, you know, my strategy says that it's not like a if, it's just the EMAs will be tested and they're tested two ways, via time or via price, right? And it could literally rally all the way up 400 points, fade the whole thing, and that would still be quote valid for shorts. So that's why for me, when we get these things, I know it's boring. It seems to always happen when I'm on live here, but it's not a lot we can do. And as also I'm saying, there's not a lot we can do. It's looking like Dave is losing a significant amount of the gap. Or if we don't gap over yesterday high, this goes from like a minus, like a B. I'd still be willing to take it, but definitely doesn't look as good. So we did get the gap. Okay, we did get the gap. All right. All right, there's the spike down back over the opening print. So that's the entry in theory for Dave off that like didn't quite get the 205, but pretty dang close to it. Dave is a little bit expensive though. I remember that from trading it last. It's like the March 20th, like 230 calls, and again we're 214. They're like at 7 and change. So
yeah, the NQ kind of opening once again right near the low of this larger time frame range that we've been in. So
yeah,
probably we should have just based on this range, we should have just blindly bought NQ calls lower into this range because we
did just retest the level.
Yep.
We had there.
Yep.
We retested that level spike. It looked like actually we were gonna get the gap under initially.
Yeah, it's where exactly right where we kind of got the overnight bounce
Exactly.
from last night, or I guess it would have been from Sunday night into Monday, and we're getting a bounce there again. So into VWAP here.
There's 100 points if you long it open.
Yeah, for real.
I did not, just saying.
Yeah.
In theory.
I talked about that yesterday too, and I was able to. I think I waited until about 30 minutes into the day. Yeah, it was a little bit after the 10 a.m. news, where we got the big rip off open, and we kind of flagged on the 2-minute for a little bit. And I was able to just right after news. I said right before news dropped, I'd like to see the news give us a little push lower, kind of near the low end of this flag that then starts to wick. So as soon as it started to wick, I took my entry. I was able to catch like 80 to 120 points really quickly. So it was pretty smooth. But with this type of volatility, I think doing anything off the open or really quickly towards the open is always a little high risk. You got to be. It's hard to even calculate how many points you'd have to put in for your stop because this opening candle can be so volatile.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's why, like, typically I don't like trading the open. And honestly, I've been saying this now for a couple months. I haven't really liked even trading the New York session as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've been doing the majority of my trading in the overnight session, Asia, whatever you want to call it, pre-market, even sometimes, depending. Probably less pre-market, but yeah, it's crazy time. I was very much against trading in the overnights. Which actually yesterday I only took one trade. Well, actually, technically took two. I unfortunately yesterday I shared with the mastermind students, but like I had an order open and I like manually closed, and then I had my stop loss still set, which shorted it, and then I got whacked. So I lost like $5. I did recover it and some, thank God, but I took like a $550 loss for basically no reason. Still make mistakes. I still make mistakes out there.
Yeah. Yeah, no matter how long you've been trading,
Yeah.
you're always still gonna go through it to some extent.
Yeah. I'm probably going to pass on this Dave, by the way, now. Um, I would consider it if we get down to 194s, which is the hourly 20, but it's just expensive. We're in this kind of weird spot where I just, like I said, I'd rather miss the trade than take it aggressively and lose in this kind of environment right now. All right.
NQ seeing a little resistance right at previous day's low here. We didn't get quite up to yesterday's open. We got up to 625. To blow my nose, excuse me 1 second.
What's NQ doing? Well, I wish I knew. ES is getting that spike up back under the open now. So ES is looking a bit worse. NQ, I'd say, needs to get underneath 24.5 or basically 24.500 or so.
Wow.
I can see the short if it plays out from here.
Yeah, for sure. Should have just taken the VWAP projection. Holy cow, that 2 minute or 5 minute.
Yeah. The biggest thing for me also, I think, with my mentality with like staying away from the open, I guess, is that, I do have a bunch of different daily payout accounts. And so for me, it's like with five, let's use Tradeify, right? I have 5 Tradeify daily payout accounts. If I just make, 1 to 2 good trades, that's like at least $1,000 I can take home like right away. So for me, there's like no rush, right? If it means I miss a crazy move at the open or near open or whatever, like so be it. It'll be more. You know? Like even right now, I'm not going to take it, but gold is at this key level where it bounced in the pre-market at this 51.18s, and that will be something that looks good to long typically, but just being cautious, I'm probably not going to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I almost said there on that we got that 5 minute with the ugly wick, and it's like the 5 minute sell had triggered, and it looked pretty good for a short, but I also had thought like it also looks kind of trappy, like like too good in a sense where it's like, oh, okay, which I'm glad I avoided because we're now seeing the
exactly
the
and it's funny you say that because I am like pretty like against setup like triggers, I should say.
Okay.
When it comes to futures, because the way I like to trade futures is I like to typically short on a green candle and long on a red. So for me, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say you haven't traded a whole lot of futures on stream, but the 1 or 2 trades I've taken, I have noticed that where you've done that, shorted on I think you longed on a red candle after we got like a bigger spike, and it worked out, right? So that's interesting.
I remember there was like one trade where you were in a NASDAQ and I was looking for an entry, and I had a limit order just placed where I know the candle's gonna be fully red when I'm taking the entry, and the reason being is I heard the quote once and I never could get it out of my brain where it's like big institutions, big money, they don't care about your bull flag, they don't care about your buy setup, they don't care about your head and shoulders, they care about horizontal levels where they deem it quote too cheap, too expensive, right?
Mm-hmm.
And ever since I heard that quote, it kind of just got like stuck in my brain where I just don't look for those breaks, right? Because oftentimes right here, maybe it does fade from here, right? But it'll first trap some people before working. And I often find that happens with futures way more than options, where it'll just trap. I mean, look at this candle right now.
Yep. Yeah. Now the buy looks good now. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. But like now for me, I can't take this break over the highs without some type of pullback. Mm-hmm. If it keeps going, I tip my cap. I know there'll be another entry. Mm-hmm. Because now at this point, it's like this is like a breakout trade, even though it's quote triggering and I see it. It looks great, and I'm hoping it goes higher. My rules say I can't take that.
Yeah. There had been times too where I've heard I think that quote, or I've heard, I don't know if it was from a trading book or where I saw that, but I've seen it. People talk about exactly what you're talking about there.
Yep.
And something I have done on certain accounts at certain times with our levels is like.
Sorry to interrupt you real quick.
Go ahead.
This is again, I didn't take the trade genuinely. I'll tell you guys, but this is exactly what I was looking at before. My computer's pretty slow here. I said that 51.18, and that's something that when I like look to long, I'd like will bid it directly or wait for a small tiny failure to go lower back over the level. So let's say you bid it directly at 51.18, so you would have been in like 5 or 6 points of drawdown, but now you're up almost 20 points, right?
Yeah.
And again, that is the level that I would typically long, if not right at the open during this war volatility, blah blah blah, 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 right?
Yep.
You can see, and with gold, you get yourself even just 2 or 3 micros like that, and you can almost be done for the day.
Yep. Yep.
2 micros. Let me do the math. 2 micros, 20 points. That's what, $400 per 5 tradify accounts. Boom, it's $1,500 or $1,800 payout.
Yeah, in 5 minutes, not even
5 minutes, exactly.
Yeah. We haven't gotten the 5-minute candle close yet. Yeah.
Yeah, literally right.
But yeah, so what I think the same person that I heard talking about, I think this was like Al Brooks or maybe Tom Hugard or something, is they talk about like kind of accumulating orders, right? So it's like if I'm someone who likes to trade 5 micros, sometimes what I will do is at the level, even though we haven't started to flip, we haven't got a trade or whatever, I'll just, like you said, set a limit order at the level. I might do it with like 1 or 2 micros just to kind of get that early entry around the price that I think we can hold. And then as it does start to show that it is going to hold, and maybe we get the buy trigger or whatever it may be, then I add 2 or add 3 into that trade and kind of scale into that trade a little bit. I think is sometimes a smart way to handle things. So the potential short setup that I was looking for was this. That's what I said. Kind of my plan was pre-market. Stop would have to be 65. Geez, it's already like 100-point stop.
Yeah,
like a 90-point
stop. Looking at NQ right there. I just pulled it up and like, first of all, I don't even want to trade NQ, but I'm like, where the hell is the stop?
Yeah, this is really the kind of the setup I'd like. Honestly, if we maybe put in like a 2-minute potential lower high that can allow me to tighten the stop here a little bit, that's not 90 points. Yeah. Maybe take it with 1 or 2 micros. We'll see here.
I kind of want to long it.
I know. I am torn. This is like the short setup I wanted.
No, it is, but
yeah,
what
but
I
agree.
is the failed sell. So now it's like, initially I wanted to spike up back under the opening print, which we got, but then it failed. So now what usually happens when we get the failure? But do I want to see what happens? I don't know.
That's true, because we talked about that initial spike probably trapped a lot of shorts. It's like now are they?
I mean, look at gold here.
Fall through? Yep.
Look at gold gets that 25 almost point rally off the level, which I usually would just take profit, don't even look for continuation, and now boom, gets a 30-point reversal. Which is why, again, if you, let's just say, right, you wait for the 5-minute candle close here, or you wait for a 2-minute trigger, boom, you're whacked. So that's why I, always a believer that majority of the best entries come via that, I don't know what to call it, I guess opposite, long off the red. Short off the green.
Grim Reaper show. What is NQ doing? It's trapping people in both directions. It's bending people over. The dildo of consequences really rarely comes lubed.
And see, it's like I always feel like guilty when I'm like, I'm not gonna do much, or there's nothing to do. But it's like you look at this, you're like, okay, have fun. Like have fun blowing your account, blowing your other account. It's you're gonna blow accounts even with your best trades, with your best setups. So when you see the action like this, why even risk it?
Yeah. Yep. 150 points. It just kind of whipsaw action here, moving quick still.
I mean, our smallest 2-minute bar is like 45 wide so far. So, I mean, then you look at gold, you got a 2-minute candle that just dropped 45 points. So,
look at Mark Gold up today.
If we do get down to 50-40-ish area, I probably will long there, because then that would be silver kind of in the pre-market low. This is the area that has to hold, though, this daily 20 EMA on gold here. But if we get down a little bit lower, I would consider a long. Still won't be crazy aggressive or crazy big size, but because at that point, let's just say we do get straight down to 50-44s. That means we would have dropped over 100 something points in a straight line without testing the 5-minute 8. So in theory, it could rally all the way back up there and still fade and quote be valid. So
ES just made new lows. All three indexes except for NQ with new lows there.
definitely a good pass on Dave. Again, maybe you could take it the hourly 20 at 194s, but I think overall I'm just going to pass here. All right, so there's that gold. I thought for a second I was on the hourly because that's how big this candle was. But yeah, I mean,
Yeah, if
NQ
this
back
short
that
gets
level,
follow
ES.
through, it'll definitely be a little bit frustrating because it is pre-market. It's exactly what I said that I wanted,
Yeah.
but like we said, we talked about the volatility, so it's you gotta take it with a grain of salt. But
I would say too, like in your / our defense, I was looking for something similar, but it did get that failed sell first.
You're right. That is what kind of
If
spooked
it
me
didn't
out
do
of it.
that, if
Yep.
it made any type of higher low and then came down, I was in. But
Yep.
that failed sell there is what did it for me. Because I mean, again, we'll see what happens. It's not looking good, but at least for now, NQ is not making a new low while ES is. It's probably going to make a new low.
It looks like it wants it. We'll see here. Let me see. I think this is. Let me just double check on my charts. I'm pretty sure I got a level here on ES.
I don't have anything here myself. I don't believe.
Yeah, I may have to look at SPY too because if I do have one, I think it's.
Yeah, I don't have actually anything on ES down to like 66, 73s or so. The only thing for me is I have the monthly 8 EMA, which hasn't been tested in a while, which is being tested right now. So, okay, there's that David, that 194 alert. Basically, we're right at this monthly 8. I'll just throw it up real quick. So for me, again, it's a monthly EMA, so it could easily kind of fade through it up and down. But this general area, which it is getting now a little bit of a failure to go lower from, this general area, as you can see right here, this yellow needs to hold. This is like my last line of defense before, 100-point drop or 90 points or something.
Yeah, I don't have anything on SPY, but it's interesting because when I go to ES, and it's just how Thinkorswim rolls the contracts for me is
If we get a 2-minute close over those 50.79s, I think I'm going to take 2 micros long, stops underneath this low. So it's going to be about $400 risk if we get that close over. Not the best R to R, but should be good probability. This 5-minute, if it can close like a hammer in theory, he's got a ton of room back up.
This is wild. I gotta look into these chart settings. Because you can't see everything I'm looking at here. Like I have 2 screens and stuff. But even so, I thought my chart settings set the same on both this chart, and this one showing me the level. This one showing me it differently. I don't know. I gotta look into this. That's weird. Anywho.
So watching this gold, guys. This 2 minutes. So this 2-minute close. I'm just debating how aggressive I want to be because the 2-minute close back over 50.79s we'll make this a 5-minute hammer, and then we probably go back up to 5100s. I'm just afraid it'll just rip, which it's kind of doing. I think I'm gonna take one micro, guys, to start. Yeah, I'm gonna take one, guys. I'm gonna take one micro here to start. I can always add to it. So I took one there. I got filled at 50.83 change. So my stop's gonna be underneath this low, and I'll add one more. This is just in case it just like completely rips. So I'm risking about 240 bucks, 230 bucks or so. And I'll add one more into it. So this for me is like, it's not, well, I mean, it kind of ended up being like a quote trigger, but it's really just playing off of this 5-minute candle, trying to hold on to this 50.79s, which is also that daily EMA, right? So if it doesn't, then it's just kind of a small L. But if it does, then I would look to add to it. NQ Digital actually a new low there too.
Yeah. I actually just a little bit ago, while you were talking about gold, I tried 2 MNQ micros at like 523. Which basically, if you look at my chart here, we got the rejection of yesterday's open, came down, tried to hold the opening print at the level, bounced back up into VWAP, previous day's low, and now kind of triggered here. So it's a wider stop.
Yeah, my
which is why
stop's
I
about
looked
to
at
get
2
hit.
micros.
Yeah, my
So.
stop just got hit. All right, lost about 240 there, but now I'm willing to, okay, well, I was about to say I'm willing to long this level, but not aggressively, and here we go down to that level. So I was optimistic that 50.79s would hold because it's the daily 20 EMA, as I mentioned. That did not work out, obviously, so it took a small little L there. And I'm not going to take this directly because this could, in theory, continue to knife, but this is the next spot that it will hold. So I'm going to wait for some type of confirmation here. At least a 2-minute, 5-minute type of thing. And Q trying to retest the level.
I'd like to see
We have
the
a level
level
here. We have one level here that I've been watching, which is like the big level, QQQ 5951s, where this is kind of the area that we bounced the last couple times. When that breaks, that's where I'm going to look to short. So we're kind of, it's weird. We're like under the NQ level, but over the Q's level. Which is kind of strange.
Looks like she's going to do me dirty here. I like how 2 minutes starting to fail back under the open. Can't get above the open is a good thing, but let's see here. And I don't like that.
All right, definitely a good pass on Dave, regardless of what happens. I mean, it's at the daily 8, so like it could bounce here, but the weekly is still in a downtrend. So.
How are the dogs? Do you have 1 or 2 dogs?
I have 2, but 1 second.
You're good. So yeah, guys, my entry is right underneath this level at 24,526. Just sticking to what my morning plan was. I wish I would have gotten a little bit of a better entry. Wish I would have just kind of, as soon as this started rejecting, but we'll see here. They haven't made it real easy on us. Pretty volatile right now. But the lower target would be, if we do start to break down, would be at 378.
Hello. Yes, should be good now. Okay, yeah, that Dave just completely reversed, and honestly, it could have been a decent short off of that 217s. It just missed it, but $30 fade. Looks like this 5 minute may want to get a failure to go lower, so I'm gonna watch that.
Yeah. Are you talking specifically on Dave or on something?
That's about gold.
Oh, okay.
So I'm watching that. And the problem is, like, I like to take those entries kind of direct lower, and we bounced 35 points already from that kind of lower area. But I don't think we have any news at 10, right?
I think we're in the clear today.
We got enough disaster already, so.
This 5 minute closes over the open. I'm like thinking about closing it. We did,
I don't blame you.
Decisions.
For me, I'm watching like the 24,570 area, which that's VWAP plus the 2-minute 8. So as long as we stay under that, I'm not optimistic that we're going to rally. But if we do break that, I think we could get a little pop. ES is weak. I mean, NQ is technically the strongest, but ES is weak. Obviously, RQI down.
I'm gonna tighten my stop here above this 5 minute high, like 24.75s. Which it could stop me and still work, but
This is the spot to long Dave now. In theory, 32200s are cheap enough. 185s. Just not optimistic. Let's see. I may take a stab here on the Dave now that it's kind of got that failure to lower the daily 8. You can also use a somewhat tight stop here too if it continues to fade, which is good. Just debating what I want to do. All right, guys, I did take a little bit of the Dave 200 call there. I took it at 6.8. They're a little pricey, but it's good R to R here, in my opinion. At that daily 8 EMA. So my stops now, I'm going to say an hourly close under 184 will be the stop. Basically under yesterday low.
the MNQ shorts back in profit here. Ricky Martin. It's a new low on NQ there. I definitely am happy with the Titan stop here now. I wouldn't want to still be in this trade if we flip this bar and get back above that 5 minute. So basically my target is right around the overnight or pre-market low. Just about 30 minutes in the market open here. To be honest, part of me wants to kind of have my stop where it's like if it stops me, I flip long with it. But I also want to. I don't want to get caught if we happen to just have like a rangy day. It wouldn't be all that crazy to me if we would range between basically 24,500 and 24,650.
Yeah, we did just tag that 595 on Q, so that's what I'm watching. I want to see this reaction. If we hold it, if we fade it, what do we do, if anything? And we're getting that bounce off that level now.
Yep. Yeah, we were in about 50 points of profit there, and that's a good bounce. So it's looking like I'm going to get stopped here. That was about 1-to-1 R right there. Was aiming for a little bit more. Now I'm just kind of debating if I want to stop to flip me long or not.
Above 570, I'm personally looking to go long, but I would need confirmation because that's what my 2-minute VWAP plus a 2-minute 8. Because now that we've tested, I mean, I guess Qs are the strongest, everything else is weak, but we did test this key level, which has been the range low, pretty much the dead range low. So,
yeah. Let's see here, 5 minutes still licking. Didn't stop us.
Because we got a 5-minute close over opening print that just reversed. So the 2-minute for me is what's been kind of pinning us down. We haven't gotten a 2-minute close over the 2-minute 8. Excuse me. So that's kind of like here. Let me just throw it on real quick on my screen. This isn't going to have the proper levels, but this will at least give us an idea of. So you can see here, despite being over the opening print, we haven't had a 2-minute close above the 8 EMA every time it's just going to get rejected down. We also did just reject that VWAP too. So for me, the 2-minute close over that is the trigger. Until then, no longs for me. Or underneath this 595.1 short. Or do nothing, which is probably the best bet.
VIX just made a new high there. All right, this 5 minute, well, we still got 3 minutes to go. 2-minute bar closed at the upper wick. I think it does look good for a little continuation lower, but we'll see.
Whoa, big spike on Dave. Let's go. Holy spikeroni.
Spikeroni.
We're up many, many Chipotle bowls.
Is that the go-to? Oh wow, yeah.
Wow, what a spike.
Gold getting a
Just got to
bounce
fill
here
there
too.
at 12, guys. I just got to fill there at 12. Let's go. Wow, we are spiking hard. Oh my. What an entry.
At 12, that's almost 100%, right?
Oh, yeah.
Let's go. All right, I like the way the 5 minute is looking. We got about 30 seconds on this bar. Die, market, die. Well, die and Q. Dave, hold up, Dave. You can hold
Yes,
up on the one.
Dave. Hang in
And
there,
all I
brother.
need, yeah, we just need. I'm cool that NQ comes down towards pre-market low. I'll take
Yes,
my
do
profit,
whatever.
and then they can flip and they can run with Dave.
I just took another Dave off at 11.5, guys, but 11.5, guys. That's not weird. What an entry right off that daily. And this is one thing that I've been doing more often, guys, is I've been saying that my typical post earnings trade setup um, has been different because now what I'm mostly concerned with is figuring out the stock's ADR, which is the average daily range, ATR, average trading range, post earnings, and then just finding areas where it would make sense to go long. So again, I passed on it at 203 over the open. I passed on it at the hourly EMA just because it was a little bit weak. And I said, okay, we got all the way down to the daily 20, which was a over $30 drop, which typically is like the max range this stock would potentially move from earnings. Took a stab at the lows, nearly 100% in 3 week out contracts in 5 minutes. Unbelievable. I mean, obviously, we can't control how fast it moves, but
NQ, you dirty dog, you. I did flip my stop, so I have 2 micros, and I put 4 buy stops in. So if I get stopped, I'll flip long. We'll see. we had a chance for about 1-to-1 R there, but aiming for a little more. Still think the open can reject, but we'll see. You're making me be patient. Oosa, oosa.
All right, so I trimmed all but 2 of the Daves. Obviously, crazy big spike, quickly taking that, profit. This 5-minute on NQ is so wicky, man.
Mm-hmm. I know. I keep thinking like, oh, I'm cooked. I'm done. It's gonna stop me. And then I keep
So
thinking,
it's
oh,
all
this is about to
sick.
die. It's gonna work. My emotions have been like
We
all
still
over
haven't
the
got a
place.
5-minute close under that level, but I would say now at this point, a 5-minute close under here. I don't want to jinx it 'cause I'm not in the position.
Yeah,
but,
sure. I mean, VIX just made a new high too, which is obviously should be slightly beneficial to a short-sided trade.
yeah,
But they're not making the hold easy.
it's like hailing.
Oh, really? Yeah, we're getting rain today. But...
This MDB is of nothing. I mean, spiked down, spiked up, but I feel like a big bar is coming some way. I will say though, we haven't tested the 5-minute 8, so maybe this is just like the market wanting, again, it gets tested via time or price, so maybe this is just like the market holding on and waiting for that to catch up before spiking, and maybe reversing or rejecting, etc. Because the fact that we didn't get that initial spike up, like way over opening print to test it.
Yeah.
I like it now. Just watching this action is like, okay, this is why I don't trade the Nasdaq, at least in 2026.
I know. There's been like 10 times where I've almost just like manually just exited. Like, all right, now I'm over it. Like, I'm going to take a smaller, like right now I'm down 15, 20 points. But
yeah.
But also we keep kind of rejecting the open here. So it's like, should I close it early or should I just let it play out and let my orders do their job?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't look good, but it's just not failing.
Yeah, exactly. Like a 2-minute again here. We're getting like a wick. It's like, we'll see. But
we're still pinned under VWAP or under the open.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes. I mean, the rest of the indices are weak. Obviously NQ is the strongest as of now, but
yeah.
I don't know. It's hurting my brain, and I don't even have a position.
Oh man, I nice. Woke up with a cold on Monday, driving me nuts.
Just hanging out this level. Still holding 2 Dave contracts for Glory above 203. We have the possibility to push up towards that 217s again, but I wanted to secure enough where if the last two do go red or even or whatever, it doesn't really matter. But I wasn't obviously expecting that almost $15 candle out of nowhere. I'll take it, but especially as Inky was selling, get this random candle like that. But again, I'll gladly take it. Thank you kindly.
All right. Can we just get a little more follow through? Okay, we're up like 65 points here, 75 points.
I'm not a big VIX guy, but we're pushing 27 right now. VIX is up 25% on the day. This is typically where it like rejects from, unless we get like that crazy big run to like 50 or something. So
yeah, it's interesting. I've started watching the VIX futures, listening to Aaron talk about it, and the numbers are like, I'm sure the price action looks the same, but the numbers are a little bit different. Yeah, like just VIX is at 27, and then VIX futures is at 24.45. Okay, I like that. Finally, a week or 2 minute close here. There we go. That's yeah, it's 85 points. Trying to hold this for
Just got 2 alerts.
EBITs. Oh, come on. A little more. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Let's already look. AXTI got an alert as well.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Give Daddy a little more. Come on, baby. I'm actually going to move stops to break even here. Just because if we decide to flip this push down, I don't want to sit through that and continue to hold. I either want this to get the follow through now and hit my target and call it a day, or we'll take the stop and break even. But I'm happy with, yeah, I don't want to go from up nearly 100 points to a loss, a 50-point loss. So it's a good, finally a 5-minute close that's a little uglier. Boom, there's 100 points. All right, bang. I'm taking one off there at 123 points at 24,400.
Close to that overnight low.
Yeah. Yeah, so really my, do I want to...
Because the thing is, like, this is a tough one for me because we've already had a huge move. We don't really have support, but it's like the market doesn't care. It can stop whenever, or it can continue, right? It can continue through the targets. So, I mean, because like you can target like an overnight low, but again, I mean, at least for me, I have nothing on NASDAQ till like 105 lower. Obviously, for you, the dynamic R shifts, but
yeah, I'm just gonna take them, but I'm gonna exit here. Yeah, it's like 120 points on 2 micros. I'm happy with that. I don't need to give any of that back.
That's 120 points on 2 micros more than I got. So,
well, we'll take that. Well, I'm glad. I mean, there was like 5 different times I almost just was like, I'm gonna close.
yeah.
Happy to just trust the trade plan and let it play out. Like,
Yeah, it's the most uncomfortable thing is when you're in drawdown, but the trade's not invalid yet. I mean, like right now, for example, with my swings, everything looks terrible, of course, but this is the toughest part for me is that the swings aren't invalidated yet, but they're not looking good. We're not even an hour into the day. A lot can change. We can reverse. We can obviously continue to sell, but at least for me, I'm going to be banking that there's not going to be as much carnage. But if we end the day really poorly, then I can definitely see this following through for multiple days or weeks.
Yeah, maybe we're
Now,
finally starting to get. Yeah, it looks like we're finally starting to get a little bit of a breakdown towards the
yeah,
lower end of this higher time frame range we've been talking about.
exactly.
No, I mean I'm not cool. Yeah, I guess. Let's see. We'll see how we close today, like you said.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I would say like for me, a daily. Well, I would say it depends on the daily candle itself. Like if we were to go much lower and then spike up, but in theory, a daily close without too much of a bottoming tail under 595 for me would be like okay. Now we're breaking out. We're breaking under, I should say, this like mini range we've been in within like the bigger range, and that would be kind of like red flag.
Very happy with how that played out. Able to follow the plan exactly. We kept the size small because of the increased volatility. We're able to stay patient with it. Let keep the stops in place. We got close. It came in. It sniffed it. It sniffed it here on this bar 5 minute bar that got this bounce because my stop was above this 5 minute green bar. We got close, but then ultimately ended up closing that bar ugly. Had to sit here through another 15 minutes of Chopperooski. I love it when the pre-market plan plays out. It's like that's like, oh man, I couldn't ask for anything better than that.
Yeah, by the time the short entry was good, I was long Dave, and I'm like,
And that's hard to do. There's that would
yeah,
be my target. That was my ultimate target there. I closed a little early
yeah.
just because I didn't want to mess around with it. But that's
No, it didn't make sense to hold for another 20 or
yeah,
whatever.
like you said, the dynamic R had shifted, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, you're what you just said. You're like this when the short looked good. I was already, you had
Yeah,
taken profits on the Dave Long, but you're still holding some Dave Long. And
yeah.
wow, Dave Long is the guy that I used to work with landscaping. One of the craziest guys I've ever met in my life.
That's funny.
But anyway, I agree. One of those things that I struggled with a lot while I trade options and futures at the same time is if
Yeah,
I'm long in options or short in options, and then doing the
yeah,
opposite on the indices. It almost, I don't know. It's like you're kind of feels like you're betting against your other
yeah,
trade
and
in a
it's also just
sense.
like a lot to manage,
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
some people will always like ask me on like social media, like kind of get all your signals for futures, blah blah, and I'm like, it's first of all the way I trade is very hard to do that unless we're on live because my trades are very quick. Like with gold, for example, I know very quickly, usually within 5 to 15 minutes, if I'm right or wrong. So to signal that is tough. But then on top of it, it's like it's just hard to trade both futures and options. I mean, like some people can't even signal one, let alone trying to signal
Yeah.
like both at the
Yeah.
same time.
Yeah. I can't even imagine trying to signal.
It's tough. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's tough. But that's just the reality of it. Just like it's not an easy thing to do. But so everything's still making new lows. The only thing not is RTY, but that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and it looks like it's probably going.
It seems like it's at least inevitable for like the 668 level I have here on SPY. I mean, it's actually even valid. So, yeah, it's and under that, I mean, we have a lot of room if it wants.
Yeah.
Today, I think today's daily close will arguably be the most important of the year.
Yeah, so looking at the daily bar and NQ, we're not really out of the range until this is I think you talked about this a couple weeks ago. I think this is it here. No, it's November. It was November. When was that the tariff sell off? Is that
That was like October, November, maybe.
Okay. So what am I looking at? So yeah, November 25. Is that right? Yes,
Yeah,
I think that's
so.
it here. So we're still kind of. We got to get kind of below some 2400s. We really start to another 300-400 points, then we'll really start to break down from this longer time frame range.
So that's the hourly close. We just got there. Definitely a poor hour. I will say though, the Russell didn't make a new low there.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't know if that means much, but I'm kind of just watching like for a rally out of nowhere here, um, because it seems like almost too obvious that we go to the lower level. I don't think there's anything actionable I can do like with a long here,
Mm-hmm.
but because for me it's simple. If we like rally and then just start fading the rally, the lower level is inevitable. But like we haven't even tested. Well, I guess we kind of tested the 5 minute EMA once, but like not really. So now we're kind of getting close to it here. If we hit that and then start rejecting from it, then I think the shorts are easy. And then we can just look for trend underneath the opening print under level, blah blah blah. But which we're actually now starting to get.
I was gonna say VIX is a big reversal bar here. It's almost like we swept the overnight lows and then kind of immediately getting a big
Yeah.
bounce.
So we kind of just got that big bounce actually. I mean, that's like almost 90 points there on the NASDAQ out of nowhere, which is kind of what I was like thinking may happen somewhere along this area. But I mean, I guess it kind of made sense. Like swept the overnight lows, get this big bounce at least initially, see what happens from there. I don't know. I mean, anytime I'm like tempted to take an NQ trade, I'm like, I probably shouldn't do that. Because it's like, I've had my biggest months the last 3 months ever by like a good margin trading futures. And I'm just like, why switch it up, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
The last 3 months, I've gotten almost, I think like almost 200K in prop firm payouts. And it's like pretty much just because of future and gold, futures, gold and silver.
Yeah. So why? Yeah. If it ain't broke, you know what I mean?
Exactly. So it's like even if it's tempting, it's like it's be the same thing with my options, where it's like, why would I take an option trade that is in my A plus criteria? Because even like if you look at this gold, like it kind of just like did what I sort of said NQ I thought would do, where it just kind of got like a weird rally out of nowhere. It sold through this level, didn't test the next level, got a failure to go lower, and they're just kind of ripped up from there. Don't really know if there's anything you can do with that, but I was actually debating a short on a retest, and then it just ripped through, so it never even gave us an entry, so that's good. But yeah, right now I'm in just the camp of, now that you're out of your short, I'm either going to look for like a short scalp, or I'm going to cross my fingers and toes that we reverse and my swings don't get brutally nasty.
But yeah, pummeled, they can start to rally a bit.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We'll see.
I don't know if there's anything to do now, but you're gonna watch this NASDAQ. We tested it on the extended hours. We didn't test it on the regular trading hours yet.
Yeah, we can watch it. If there's anything you want to do, let us know. If you decide you're done for the day, we can always wrap it up a little bit early.
Yeah, I'm looking now, like the 10 o'clock entry would have been the entry for me short on NASDAQ, which I'm pretty sure is right after you took it. But at that same point is when I went long on Dave. So that's sort of tough.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think.
Do you mean 9 o'clock? Or am I crazy? Am I off here? Is my clock off? No, wait, it would have been 10. I think I might. Oh yeah, I have my chart set wrong. It's like my opens at 8:30. What is going on here? Yeah, so it would be 10, but it shows it it's 9 because I'm for whatever reason my anchor swims off.
Yeah, and then I think on the 10:15 bar, that was the impulse, but I don't really think there was a short there unless you were to like have taken it near the highs of the candle. So I think, I mean, realistically, there wasn't really a clean short entry because you were kind of in the clean one, which I would have taken, but you got some gray hairs.
Yeah, look at this beard, baby. I got plenty of them down here for the last few years. Luckily, they're just in my beard for now, not in my head too.
For sure. No, but I think that was valid. Definitely valid, and that was part of the plan. But again, as we said, going inverse your option position is just tough.
Yeah, for sure.
I actually was debating at one point, figuring out if I can make something like systematic where, I'm in, let's say, I don't know, Apple calls, and then like in the short term, take Apple puts. I think we talked about this before, but then I just realized it was just too many moving parts and a lot more could go wrong because there's a scenario where you have puts and calls and they're both getting hit. So I just opted against it. I have before, a long time ago. I don't really trade it anymore, but like when I would trade SPY calls and QQQ calls for like a swing, I would like scalp the opposite direction with futures to kind of make up.
Almost like a hedge.
It just was also just too much, like headache really. And that's really, that was my goal, 2026. Regardless of the outcome of dollars, just to have like less stress, less headache, which we probably had got the absolute worst market for that scenario. Of less stress, less headache. But that's been the goal, and hopefully, one way or another, we break out of this range. I'm not even mad if we go lower. I mean, yes, I have to close some swings for a loss. That's part of the game. But like, just get us out of this range. If it means we got to get that, 5% pullback to then charge up higher, so be it. But I saw something on Twitter that, again, I don't know if it's true. It looked it from the fact check that I did briefly, but it said there's only been like 3 other periods of this deep of a consolidation since like the .com bubble, or actually no, since the financial crisis. So about like 20 years, there's been like 3 times, and one time was like a 12% drop, and then like immediately after the break, and then the other 2 times were like a 15 and 17% run. So, it's definitely charging up for a move.
Interesting.
Which I've said I can see a pullback, on the monthly chart on the Qs. I can see a pullback to like the monthly 20 EMA, which is also kind of the previous all-time high from 2025, 2024, ending around like 540 to 550. That would kind of make sense. Just to show you. So go to the monthly chart here. It doesn't have to happen, but if we were to just kind of look this general area in here, 540-ish, it would make sense for a pullback. It doesn't have to happen. May not happen, but let's see. I just got a tweet that someone said SE is down 25%. Is that right? I used to love trading this ticker a while. Wow. I think I smoked.
SE.
Yeah, I think I absolutely smoked from earnings. 100 and like
was it an earnings thing?
Yeah. And the problem is, it's like you get one bad earnings and it ruins a chart for weeks or even months at a time. Like this could potentially flip the monthly to the downside, which if so, that was the start of basically a 2+ year downtrend for this name last time. So who knows? It's already from the all-time high off 50%. Hold on, let me get these dollars.
Oh, you're good. C is a tech conglomerate from Singapore. Currently functions as a holding company for Garena, Money, and Shopee, the largest e-commerce platform in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I don't really think I'm going to do anything else. I don't think I'm going to take a short on the Nasdaq, partially because I'm just hoping that we go up. I think if I had to guess, I think the best short had already happened. I could definitely see us going lower, but I don't know if they're going to make it easy. I mean, they didn't make it easy initially, so
yeah,
I think I'm just going to kind of hold off where we're at. I knew today would kind of be a slower, more risk-off day. I only had 2 names on watch, one of which I didn't really think I would do much with. And so I got an entry in the one, did solid. I'm holding 2 more cons, and we'll see what happens. So,
yeah, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on. And all in all, the good trade on Dave there reminds me of the FX show. Do you remember? Do you ever listen to what's his name? What's his Dave? Who am I thinking? You know who I'm talking about, right? you know who I'm talking about? Lil
Yes.
Dicky. Lil Dicky. That's what I'm
Yes,
thinking
yes,
of. Yeah. But anyway, thanks for coming on. We'll just wrap it up
Of
there.
course.
Both were able
All right.
to catch a solid trade there. And we'll be back this afternoon at noon for the nooner. So make sure you guys stick around for that. And we'll get Aaron's breakdown on this morning's action. And so we'll see you all guys in a little bit.
All right. Catch
All
you
right.
later.
Peace out, guys.
Have a good one. See you.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are back with Sir Aaron Ellis for our nooner. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
How we doing, everybody? What up? What's up? We'll give everybody a minute to get in. Mr. Wealth, how are you? All right. Pretty awesome day here. We'll see where we go this afternoon. Got some real solid stuff setting up here. What's up, Mr. Paz? I'm trying to see if I can see who all's on. No. All right. No, I didn't want to do that. Hang on, where'd you guys go? Hang on a second. I jacked something up. There we go. All right, now we're back. Okay, there we go. All right, okay, back. Mr. Tomiko, what's up? Edward, how are you? All right, let's get started, guys. We got a lot to cover here. So starting off in the VIX. Now remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. What's up, Amanda? All right, this runs inverse, right, to our US indices. So what happened here? Well, we broke a smaller short this morning, but from our highs, okay, back on April, all right, which are the 44s down to the 15s. Okay, remember we had this big spike back in October, had another one in November, all right, and we've come right up to that, and then we broke an extension long. Okay, so here's what we're looking at. Let me go out a little bit more. All right, so here's our trend. So starting off from our lows, this was the 1580s, right? We had this pullback. All right, right there. Now, that, remember, excuse me, went out and hit our target right there. Okay? So same anchor, new high. That broke, but then we made a new high afterwards. So that's what we were running into. Okay? There's that profit target. We went to and through that profit target, right? So we would have had to hold to go straight up. This is a straight up or not at all type scenario. Since we went to and through that profit target, we would have had to go straight up in these extension longs. We didn't, we broke. Okay. So what we're watching are these lows to highs, right? That went to and through, doesn't matter. The next extension broke. All right. So we're watching our Monday's highs to lows, our halfway back in the week. All right, to see if there's going to be potential support there. Okay, this is what we were watching this morning that we never got the pullback. Okay, so that's what we're watching right there. So that extension broke. All right, we traded into resistance and we couldn't continue straight up. All right, so this is what we have to get through for the indices to kind of be out of the woods for at least this week. Okay. Now, these are a 22.18, round down to 15, subtract a tick, 22.10. All right. So 22.10 is the line in the sand. All right. And you can see we're getting a reaction here. So if we can trade the 05s, we could see a nice rip on the indices. If we don't, okay, and we start to lift off from this halfway back in the week, the indices are going to sell right back off. Okay. Now, as always, there's going to be the opposing move that we can watch, right? But we traded the long first, right? We traded the long first. So we need to get through this. If we don't, this short is suspect, right? Because we traded the long first. So going into the afternoon, one of two things. Well, I mean, we can always go sideways, but if the VIX continues to melt and we can trade these 05s, break the 10s, trade these 05s, then the indices could have a nice rally. If we don't, and we lift off of here, probably don't want to stand in front of the indices, okay, or try to pick a bottom on the indices. All right, extremely volatile right now. All right, extremely volatile. So what you think should happen doesn't matter, right? If Wall Street can make money off something, they're going to make money off something. All right, they could care less what's going on in the world. They're just out just like we are. We want to trade well and make a profit. Okay. Very nice, Amanda. Very nice. All right. So all that we know right now is we traded into resistance. We broke the extension and we're making our full pullback. Now, if these break, there's really no short setup inside of this as of right now that let us down. We just traded into resistance, broke that extension and fell. So if these break, right, then we're going to draw highs to lows. All right. So we'll see. We'll see how many people want to buy protection right here. That's all this is, right? Is buying protection against downside risk in the broad markets. So we'll see if there's buyers at 2270. If not, we're going to fall and we could go into shorts all the way down. We don't really know, right? This is the next in our series of moves. We could fall all the way back down, right? So we'll see. We'll see where that next support level would be. Right, but that's not going to be a good look for the VIX, which will be a good look for the indices. All right, now there could be multiple different, support anchors below us, but we're just going with what we know. All right, we're just going with what we know. And if we break our halfway back long on the week, that's a good sign, right? That's a good sign for the indices. So we'll see. There's a lot of fuel built up, right? There's a lot of fuel built up. A lot of people chasing these shorts, thinking we're going to go down forever. All right, so we'll see. We will see. Any questions here? Any questions on where we are? What's up, Omar? All right, so we're just kind of waiting. If we see a 15-minute bar close green on the VIX, right, we got to pay attention. Nice, Edward. Nice. All right, so there we go. We'll see. Okay, moving on. Our financials. Now, our financials, this was interesting this morning. Okay, there's a great big long that we're trading. Okay, or I should say a great big support level. And it's from our October 16th lows to highs. Okay, October of last year. There's that pullback. That's the next long in a series. If you walk this up, right, you guys probably can't see that. But if you walk this, let me go out. There we go. If you walk this up all the way, you'll see that this is our next support level, or this is our next measured move. Right there, right there, leading us into larger targets. Okay. So this is that next long. So when I zoom in, that's what we're trading. Okay, we're trading that next long, but that means zero until we break short setups. Okay, and our next short setup is from our highs on Monday to our lows, basically our halfway back on the week right here. This line is that big daily long. Okay, but we got to at least get out of shorts and start to hold pullbacks. All right, yesterday, oh, look at that, trading right into that thing. Yesterday, we just hung out here in our next larger short, right? Obviously dropped this morning. Here's that little worker bee move inside of that. So if this continues to fall, right, that's going to be a headwind against the indices. Okay, so you can see a scenario. If this falls, right, this holds, right, no bueno for the indices. Okay, opposite side of that, the VIX continues down and breaks. Right, bank can hang on to this and continue to squeeze higher. Then we're looking at indice strength. Okay, so we'll really have to see what the VIX does here at this long. It's defending right now, which is spooky. All right, which is spooky. All right, these are VIX explosion levels. right? These are absolute explosion levels. Okay. Haven't quite had one yet, but this is, we're flirting with one, right? We're flirting with, this is what they look like, right? So we'll see. If we hold above that halfway back on the week and continue higher, that's spooky. All right. Okay. Nice, Nate. Yes, sir. All right, so we'll see. We're defending. All right. So we'll see. Going in the afternoon. All right. So onto the ES. Now the ES on the much larger time frame, right? We're in these extension longs, and that's from our highs on December 16th of 24 to our highs in October 25. That's the pullback. And this is the smaller worker bee move inside of that larger one to get us to these larger targets up here at 71.40. Right now, did that break? I don't know. The jury's out, but we're not going to get too excited about it because, again, it's just all about the VIX. Okay. But this next short setup, right, in our series, that's what we're starting to run into. Okay. And you can see a scenario that if this is that VIX long, okay, this is halfway back on the week, halfway back short on the week, halfway back long on the week. Okay. So that's what we're watching. Now, the half gap is still unfilled, right? We got a half gap above us, right? So if the VIX does fall through that long, right, then we can squeeze, in the direction of the half gap fill. Full gap today, who knows? But something dramatic would have to happen. All right, so I'm not drawing up this long from lows because we're trading this short and the VIX is trading the long. Okay. So the VIX holds that long, we're going to send us right back down. We got targets down to 66.73. Okay. Yep, there you go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Doesn't look promising right now, but things can change. Okay. So there's the ES. All right, here's the NASDAQ. NASDAQ's still in a much larger long setup down here, but here's the short. Okay, halfway back in the week. You can actually draw this to this new low. All right, halfway back in the week, traded to the tick. Look at that. What is that? 726.50. What did we trade? 724.75. So almost. All right, but same thing. VIX lifts off. Rips are going to get sold into. Right, VIX continues to fall, then we can squeeze higher. All right, pretty simple right there. All right, but we're sitting right at these short setups. VIX is sitting right at its longest. All right, so again, we'll see if there's enough buyers at that long that want protection going into the rest of the week. All right, you're always going to see participation at halfway back. You always are. Bet lunch on it. It's just a matter of how much, right? It's just a matter of how much. Okay. All right, so there we go. There's the NASDAQ. Now, remember the YM. Okay, so the YM has come down and traded that long. It finally traded its long. Okay, and its long setup is from January of 25 to February 9th of this year. Okay, there's the pullback, and it finally traded it. Okay, that's what that line is. Now, we've got to break out of short setups, right? And just how it works. Okay, so there's the short, the next short on the YM. This larger one right there hit its target. So we're just going down in a series. Okay, right there. If we can break this and bank, remember banks, or the YM and the Russell is the most sensitive to bank. If we can break this and the VIX or the bank can break its short, okay, then we can look for pullbacks and change trend. But until that happens, we can't. Okay, until that happens, we can't. All right, moving on to the Russells, same deal. Where the hell do Russells go? There we go. Okay. Russell's been in this huge range, right? Huge range. Now it still has room to fall into its next support level. It hasn't officially traded it yet. That next support is from November 21st of last year to our highs in January this year. Okay, hasn't officially got down here and traded it. It's been in this crazy range. All right, been in this crazy range, top of the range, bottom of the range. We've dipped into the bottom of the range. But same thing, we got to watch bank, right? And here's the next short setup. Let me draw this to this low now. There's the next short setup on the Russells. Okay. So same thing, right? YM and the Russells, GS, NASDAQ, they're all in these short setups. Why? Because because the VIX is in longs and bank is at its short setup. Everything's just lined up, right? Everything's just lined up. So we'll see, right? We'll see. VIX hasn't completely lifted off yet, but as of right now, it's defending. I want you guys to understand how big of a deal this break would be, right? You'd probably hear a big yeehaw out of Texas on that one. All right. Now, does that mean it's a trend break? Not necessarily, but it means the uptrend has faltered and we're going to make a larger pullback. Okay. So we'll see. All right. And anytime we break halfway back on the week, it's a big deal. All right. None of that's happened, obviously, but that's where we are. Okay. That would be a very big, either way, it's going to be a big deal. If we shoot out of this thing, big deal. If we break this, big deal. So big deals all around. All right. What's bank doing? All right. A lot of us that are net long on a lot of instruments or looking to get net long at these nasty pullbacks would love this, right? They absolutely love this because this is the first sign, the very first sign that things are going to turn. And that's what we want to jump on. Okay. All right. Okay. Any questions, VIX Bank indices? Any questions, VIX Bank indices before we move forward? Anybody? Yes, we just need Warsh to watch the high interest rates. Exactly. Exactly. I want rates. As long as we have really low rates in like June of 27, I'll be happy. As long as it works in my time frame personally, I'll be happy. Isn't that funny? But yeah, if we get any sniff, like on the next meeting, sniff at that press conference that there's going to be a cut, you're going to see these markets explode, right? Because right now they've pushed that rate cut back to September, right? Push that rate cut back to September. Yeah, reset and go. Like reset our rates, let Warsh get in there and do whatever. I still think it'd be hilarious if Powell last press conference just went on a revenge tour on his last press conference. That would be funny because I'm sure he's got a lot of built up stuff that he wants to say. All right. Okay. Double cut. Yes. Warsh comes in and cuts 50 right off the bat. Not messing around, people. Let's get this party started. Just drops 50 right off the top. Let's mix things up a little. Let's do it, right? Let's just mix it up. Let's just, old or new sheriff in town. Let's go. All right. Okay, everybody good? VIX Bank indices? All right. Yeah, Wall Street still owes us 5 rate cuts from when we had 7 priced in, right? That year, was that not last year, year before? If you looked at that, it looked like just stair steps down, that Fed futures, just rate cut. And that year we got 0. All right, Bitcoin still in this extension short, right? It really hasn't gone anywhere. November 21st, lows to lows, still in that extension short. Now this little long from lows is holding, right? This little long from lows is holding. Hasn't quite broken yet, but if it does, we'll see if we start to trend or if we're just going to go continue in this range. All right, but this is massive. This is a massive resistance level. All right. If you think about it, if you're getting long as a trader, probably a good spot to take profit, right? So these aren't necessarily just people shorting Bitcoin up here, right? If you're long and you see this, it's probably a good place to take profit. What are the odds that we're going to go through? Who knows? But we'll see. All right, we'll see. We want to get through these longs and then again see if we go into a series that'll lead us down to those 55s. All right, not a whole lot's going on here. Okay, moving on to spot. That's not spot. That's not spot either. 1 second. There we go. All right. There's spot. Okay. So remember we are in the larger time frame. All right. We started the winter on October 6th. Right. Here's our ultimate targets down here, 33.5s or between September and October 6th, right, of this year. So that's where we are right now. All right. We're in these extension shorts. Same as the futures markets. All right. From our 1121 lows to lows, there's our resistance. And we're watching for the same thing. All right. That long from lows is holding. I can get rid of this now. That long from lows is holding as of right now. So there's your resistance. There's the extension right there. And then there's that little long from lows that's holding. So just chopping around. Okay. All right. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? That's not what I'm looking for. There we go. All right. Anybody? Stocks. Everybody good? Meta. There we go. All right. Let's look at that. And that's a whole lot of sideways right there. All right. We're right at this support, right? This is just straight up sideways. I mean, this is just getting tighter and tighter. We broke this long, but we're not going to get too excited about that because then we came right back and broke the short from highs too. So it just tells you you're in a range. So we're just sitting right on top of that support. That's drawn from, what's this low? April 17th of last year to our highs. All right. Yeah, this was sloppy, but doesn't matter because that broke and then that broke. So that just screams range. All right, so we're just sitting right on top of that. So if you're looking long, what you want to see, right? You can see we're in these short setups. There's a series on the way down here. All right, boom. Haven't hit that target yet. So here's your little worker bee move inside of that, right? Which is right here. So that's what's holding you down right there. All right, so from this high February 9th to this low down here, February 18th, a little bit sloppy, but there's your range, right? There's your range. So first thing you would look for is this to break, these 662.34s, and then see if we start a trend. Not a whole lot to do right there. But there's your range. You got that long from lows and you got that little short right there. All right, Omar, so not a whole lot to do. You're just ping-ponging back and forth. Now, if you're trading this range, awesome. If you're looking for a larger move, you're just kind of not there yet. All right. All right, Omar, hope that's good. Edward, Netflix. Yeah. There we go. Let's see. Nice little pop there. All All right, coming right off support, huh? So lows on June 6th of 22 to our highs June of 25. There's, man, look at that. That's pretty cool. Geeks me out, Ed. So let's zoom in here. VIX is kind of being weak. All right, so we'll see if we get this pullback. We haven't quite gotten to that resistance above us yet. So this might be an entry right here. Right, fill this little gap, make that pullback, lift off. All right, so one of two things to get long. One is get this pullback. Number two is if we get up here and break this, right? And you can buy that next pullback too. All right, but that, if I was looking long on this, that's where I would look right there. Hopefully you can get a little pullback. Now, what would kind of screw you is if it goes up here, it doesn't break, and then falls right back down. Then that long would be suspect. You'd have to watch it. Okay. So there you go, Edward. There you go, Edward. VIX is not lifting off. Come on, baby, break. Come on, baby, break. All right. We'll see. We might get that half. We might get that half. All right. Any other stocks, guys? All right. Thank you. You're welcome, Edward. Took some profit on Netflix. Nice. Everybody good? All right, good. All right. Moving on. There we go. Okay. All right. So let's see. So Bitcoin. All right. So crude oil. Remember we were talking about this morning? These previous highs? Well, we got to this target. We're going to call that hit. Came within 4 ticks. We're going to call that target hit. So this is the long that we were in from our lows on the 26th to our highs on the 1st. There's our pullback, right? Tap that target. We're going to call that target hit. So the only thing we really know right now on crude oil, other than it's obviously extremely bullish, is we're going up in this series. All right, from these lows. All right. Number one, there's, well, we can look at this now here. So let's get rid of that now. Let's see if we can go into, yep, there we go. Okay. So there was our open, right? But then this was that volatility at our reopen there. And we held that. All right. So now we're up here, 77.41. Get rid of this. All right. So there's our extension now. All right. So from our highs on the January 29th. Okay. January 29th. All right. So we're just going to continue to use that until it tells us otherwise. All right. Crude oil likes to do this. When it starts lifting off, right, it'll go extensions into extensions. It'll just go. Okay, kind of like Bitcoin does when it takes off. All right, so let's look for this pullback. All right, let's look for this pullback. Down around the 72.23 area. All right, so there's your anchor, January 29th, highs to highs. All right. So there we go. There we go. We'll see. We'll wait for this pullback. Give me some love here. Give me an alert down there. Okay. All right. Now gold and silver. So silver, or here, let me do gold first. Gold's making that pullback, right? We were talking about this morning. All right. We traded support, broke the short, draw the long. Okay. Say the rhyme. So here's that long. All right, here's that long. So that's what we're kind of waiting on. All right, let's see if we can make sense of this. I might have to go down to smaller time frame. All right. I have this little extension short right here. Yep, right there. So we had this little kind of sloppy long here off of our highs. All right, little sloppy. See, we tapped that target and then fell through it. So there could be this extension short right here holding us down. And that's drawn from this low on the second yesterday to lows right there. So what we can watch for as we move forward, we can work off of that, right? See if we get down here to targets and then an extension breaks, right? And then we can look for that pullback, okay? Where's our highs of the week? Yeah, that ain't happening. No, that ain't happening. Okay. All right, so be careful looking long yet. Be careful with that long. If it does hold and breaks that, great. We can work off that. But right now, this is what we're working off of. All right. Not in a long trend yet, or not holding longs yet. Okay. So there's gold, silver. Now, silver's traded this pullback, and it's held. All right. Remember, silver's kind of trapped right here. We're in this larger long, right? This larger long setup. And then there's this short from highs. Okay, from our high down here to this low on February 2nd. Traded, no target, just leave it there. Finally traded into it and it got popped. But we haven't broken this long setup. Okay, we didn't break the opposing move. So could we squeeze all the way back? We could, absolutely. So right now it's kind of trapped between this long from lows and that short from highs. Okay. Now, if this breaks, yeah, we're falling all the way back down. But if we defend this and lift off, we can go at least up to these 96s. All right. And then it's got targets up here. So gold has already broken this short. Silver has not. Okay. But we're holding this pullback as of right now. Right. We're defending this pullback as of right now. All right. So let's see. There's your pullback right there. Let's do this. There's your pullback right there. All right, to and through. That broke. All right. It looks like we're going down in a series. Yep. There's our next stair step right there, target. Next stair step right there. That's what's holding. Okay, so there we go. So that's what we want to see silver break. All right, see if we can get above these 84.11s, right? And then see if we'll hold pullbacks. All we know right now is this is resistance and this is support. That's all we know right now. We're not trending yet. Okay. So there's silver. Now moving on. All right, now the dollar. Okay, this is interesting. And there might be something really big happening here. All right, so here's DXY, not the dollar, a bunch of different currencies, put together in an index. But here was the extension long. Oh, here's the extension long we were in. All right. There's that extension long right there. Okay, and that's drawn from this high on February 5th to our highs here yesterday. All right, pull back right there. Okay, now we've gone to and through that target. I mean, we blasted through it. All right, so could there be this new extension? There absolutely could be, and if there is, it's holding as of right now. Okay, but when you look at the euro and what the euro has run into, defended that right to its line in the sand right there. See, there's number one, target. Number two, defended right to its line in the sand. So if this breaks, we're making a larger pullback. That's going to be dollar weakness. If this holds and lifts off, dollar strength. But when you look at, here we'll get to the euro in a second, but here's the dollar yen. Okay, dollar yen, there's not a whole lot of structure to this thing. Just kind of giving us the old Loch Ness Monster pattern here, Tamika. Kind of a Loch Ness Monster. There's its flippers, right? And there's its head. Anyway, there's the humps on its back. All right, I got to move on. Anyway, this is the pullback. This is just chopping around. We don't have a whole lot of structure to this right now. All that we know is we've got these lows on the 26th to this high yesterday. That was the little strange pullback we've had. And now we're just chopping around at these highs. All right, but let's look at the euro, okay? This is where it gets exciting, potentially. All right. One more time, potentially. There we go. So there's an extension long drawn from February 2nd of 23 to our highs. All right, just in a series, if you walk that all the way up, that's our next extension long at these 155.75s right here. Well, we finally got down there and traded them. Okay, now remember this extension, right? We've already traded it. Okay, we traded it right here, right, to targets. All right, so we already know that that anchor's there. So we've come back down to it now. Up there. All right, so we've come back down to that support now. So what we're watching, could we go into dollar weakness trade? We could. We absolutely could. There's an extension short that we would need to get through. All right, and it's from this low on February 5th to our lows. Now that's way up here, but look at the rip we got as soon as we hit that. Right, as soon as we hit that. So what I'm going to be watching for here is there could be multiple different resistance anchors to draw from, but I'm going to be watching for these pullbacks here. And if we start holding these, we could see the euro change trend. We could go from dollar strength to dollar weakness, at least briefly, as it squeezes up here. But if the euro holds these longs, now it might Fred Flintstone down here for a while, holds these longs, breaks these shorts, there could be a big opportunity. All right. Like I said, remember last time we traded this extension long, right? That's a heck of a trade. That's a heck of a trade. All right. So that's what we're going to watch there. All right. That's what we're going to watch there. Now, of course, geopolitical things are all over the place. So who knows? But this is what price is telling us, that we could. We don't know this is here yet, but we could if we start watching and see that we're starting to lift off. And hopefully, if the dollar yen is falling, that will give us a little bit more confirmation of that euro long. Okay, so let's see. No, VIX defending that long, isn't it? Right, defending that long right now. Bank can't get through these highs. Indices are going to struggle. All right, so we'll see. A little battle over the trend right here. All right, little battle. All right, so going into the afternoon, so I'm watching crude oil pullbacks. Right, we'll see if silver can get through that little short right there. That's alarm worthy too, because we can buy that pullback. All right, buy that pullback. Okay, so as far as the indices, right, it's all about this right here. And any of these stocks we talk about, right? Silver on a smaller, yep. You want to look at like the 15-minute, Rose? Like 15-minute right here. Do you want any smaller than that, Mary Rose? That's kind of where we are. Right there. All right, not a whole, all we're watching, break that little guy. Break that little guy. Looking for a good entry long? Yeah, me too. I'm waiting. I'm going to watch this break. If this breaks, because if this doesn't break, we're going to fall right back down. Now we can buy the bottom, right? We can buy support. Yep. Two options. We can buy support or let this little guy break and then look to buy a pullback. Right? Right now, it's just, I mean, you can buy it and just hang on to it, but it's just not really in anything. Right? Because more than likely, if this doesn't break, we're going to fall back down. But if we do, great, buy the pullback. Yep. We're kind of stuck right there because you don't want to get steamrolled, right? Don't want to get steamrolled. We obviously have support here and a lot of it. Okay. So break, buy the pullback, or buy down here. All right. Not financial advice, just my opinion. Okay. All right. What do we got? That's being a booger, isn't it? Being a booger, isn't it? There's your bank resistance. There's your VIX support. We'll see. We'll see. You're very welcome, Mary Rose. All right. Huh. Okay. Any questions, guys? You got steamrolled overnight with silver? Yeah. Yep. I completely understand we didn't break that short above us, Tamika. I know exactly what you're talking about. Right. So I sold options based on silver strength for Friday. So hopefully we'll lift it off. Now we could hold this little long, right? There's a million different moves. The smaller time frame you go to, there's a million different measured moves all the way up. I've shown some of you guys, you can go down to the 233 tick chart and it's all measured moves, right? If you really want to see computers in action, watch the 233 tick chart. It's amazing. But there could be this, there could be this little long right here. There absolutely could be. We just don't know, right? And that's kind of too small, right? Yeah, I would wait because if this little long right here, because we got a short above us, right? That we traded this short first before we made a pullback. So that's kind of like, pennies in front of steamrollers type thing. But if it does hold and we break, then yeah, we can buy that pullback. Yep. Yeah, we can talk ourselves into anything. Exactly. Go down to the 233 tick. You'll see long, short, long, short, long, 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 longs break, short, 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 shorts break, long, 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 long. Right? All right. What the hell is this? I'm getting way too many alerts and stuff from like emails and stuff from people. Interrupting my piece here. All right. Okay. All right. Any questions, anybody? Any questions? Just, I would not jump the gun on pullbacks, right? Until this breaks. All right. Go silver, go. There you go. Get up there. Get going. All right. All right. Any questions, guys? Thanks, Mr. Paz. All right. Okay. Cool, guys. I will talk to you tomorrow. Got any questions, let me know. But just be safe, guys. You got to exercise a little bit of patience here. Right? Exercise a little bit of patience. All right. Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Aaron.
All right. Thanks, everybody. Talk to you later.
All right, guys. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in today. We're going to wrap it up here for today. Wild trading day. Caught the shorts. Didn't end up flipping long, but hopefully everybody was able to have a good day. Trade safe. We'll be back tomorrow, 8:15 a.m. We'll see you all there. Peace.